Well, good morning, everyone out there in Flight Sim world. Welcome to Flying with Mike. I am your captain, Captain Mike, and we hope today we are going to try this again, a full cold and dark startup with the new Sparky 747-400. It's a modification to the default X-Plane 747-400, much like the Zebo is today. And hopefully here in the near future, it will be comparable, if not better than that. They are doing phenomenal leaps and bounds. We had a lot of trouble Saturday with it, between CG limits, between VNAV performance, the fact that we were at an 8,300 feet MSL airport probably didn't help matters, but hopefully it will in the end help them out. So we are sitting on the ramp where we left off with FedEx at Toronto. And we're about to go into pre-flight and then we'll start getting this plane going. But I want to first uh, power up and get some things set up. We're going to try some new things here that I haven't tried at all. So hopefully we don't end up off the end of the runway like we were before, not being able to climb, not being able to do anything because of performance. So bear with me. We're going to work through this. We're doing this as, like I said, a full tutorial in startup and getting the FMC going. It's only a 3.5 hour trip to Miami from here, if even that. So I'm just getting the last piece of software going on another computer so I can monitor our progress if I decide to go on to VATSIM. All right, so without further conversation here, let's get up into that cockpit and see what kind of damage, what kind of flight we can get pulled out of it today. So here we are. It's kind of a standard 747-400. I think there's a lot of Dash 8 in the X-Plane version, but it is what it is. You know, there's not much we can say about it. It's the aircraft we want. Now, one thing I am going to put out there, but you really need to talk with the developers. They do use the default liveries. I've had some problems with some of them, and they're helping me through them. I am extremely new with X-Plane, so it's hard for me to explain. Unlike if this was an FSX issue, I could, in a heartbeat, either one, figure it out, or two, explain what's going on, where it's at, what's happening. So I am at a disadvantage in not knowing a lot about X-Plane yet. Which many are saying, then why are you trying such a complicated plane? Because I love this aircraft. If you look at my VATSIM logs between the 777 and this aircraft, although the 767's catching up, the 747 was my go-to aircraft. I mean, I'll bet every bit of 5,000 or 6,000 hours on VATSIM with it. And well, no, that's probably too many because the 777 got a lot too. But anyway, you get the point. I've flown the 747. It's my favorite aircraft out there. Still is, even though the airlines say no to me. It still is my favorite aircraft. 777's close second, 767 distant third. Sorry, the Airbus doesn't make the rack. Um, I, you know, I'm just more of a Boeing person. So anyway, let's go through the checklist here and do our preliminary checks. So the circuit breakers are in. Let's get up top here so you can kind of get an idea. Circuit breaker panel is way up here and behind them. All right, so let me make sure we're in the right spot. Okay, next up on the list, emergency equipment's checked and stowed. Utilities left and right. Let's turn those on. All right, battery switch, that's right here in the middle. We'll turn that on. And then I believe it's the standby power we switch to auto. Now let me go ahead and grab that alarm real quick or it's going to get a nuisance here. All right, so, and that's just simply click the cancel button. From here, hydraulic pump demands to off is poor flow here. Alternate gear handle or alternate gear and flaps should be off, gear lever down, flap lever up, and verified and the parking brake set. Okay, so we'll do that from here real quick. Alternate flaps is off, gears showing up. Ain't that real nice? Should be showing down. See, that's why we check these things, folks. Let's just make sure. Okay, the landing gear is there. That's weird. All right, lost where I was. Flap lever shows up and up. Okay. Parking brake will come over here and down. We'll set. And finally, ground power. All right, so we're gonna get rid of the yokes here for a spell. And we're gonna zoom in and kind of tilt a little. Actually, now we'll tilt and zoom. Okay, so for the ground power, that's a simple one. We just go to, let me back up here. We go to our FMS. You'll see ground handling. If I could speak today, we just click the line select key across from select. Click the line select key across from ground services and simply request our power. Now, we'll hop back up top and we'll select just one of them for now. Don't understand why that is, but all right, so what we're going to do is come back to the main menu. Now, this is where we're going to start giving this bird a good shakedown. So hang on a second here. Actually, I'm going to go down to the bottom one. Why didn't it power up? Did they go off again? Oh, they're going to make me use it, aren't they? Huh. Wonder why it's not powered on. Okay. Again, folks, what I'm using is a version that could have a lot of bugs that are unknown to them. So let's take a look here. We'll go to sim config. This is everything we got here. Now, it is in kilograms right now. We're going to leave it there. And I know to all of my American friends as myself, it hurts because we don't understand kilograms enough to do the calculation or figure what's right. So, disregard what you see, standard pass weight. Let's actually find out. Hang on a second. Convert. Doing a quick convert here, 120. 264, that was a good convert. That's standard passenger weight. I don't know if they're trying to add baggage weight or not, but 264 pounds for a person seems kind of off. We're not going to worry about it too much. Okay, let's go to the next page. Let's go. Okay, that's not good. Oop. Now we're going to try this. I'm going to set it for freighter. We can go CF80 C2-E5 Fox. Give that a try. I'm not going to worry about fin numbers and regulations. All right, let's go ahead and save. See what happens. The other thing they told me I need to do, come to the weight and balance, zero my fuel out. Now I know what that means. Whoa. Why is a lot of stuff not powering up? Hang on, let's go up here and double check everything. A lot of stuff not powering up. External power. There's that. There we go. I don't know what's going on here. We're going to just do a quick down and dirty check. Okay, so everything appears to have been saved. So what we're going to do now, folks, hang on a second, I'm just going to get a little bit of music in the background. There we go. Okay. All right. So we zeroed our fuel. I want to go ahead and calibrate my joystick. We'll get that out of the way here. Okay. That way we don't have any problems from here. Sure you check your man, I can't speak this morning, can I? How about aileron? Wow. Okay. Do the calibration real quick, and then we're going to set some sound levels. Well, we're going to kind of work with them. I want to see where we're at right now. Okay, so exterior, interior, environmental. Okay, what I'm going to do is go to the airplane real quick. Just want to look at one file. Oh, not that one. Is it this one? Yeah. Coming down. I just want the sounds. Okay. So exterior, interior, you get that what the engines will sound. The environment is, as you would hope, weather and dynamics. Cockpit sounds is the user interface. Okay, so we all in agreement on this one. Okay, so we got that off. We're going to go ahead and run these up to here. All right. Now you can hear things. I'm going to turn this just a smidge more down. There we go. All right. Back to the checklist. Okay, so we can't do the oxygen masks. Well, wait a minute, this is a new version. Let me make sure. Yep, we can't do that. We'll double check. It's right here. You pull it out, you breathe, you put it back. Other planes, you just push a button here or this cord here and it breathes. Okay, so emergency lights, armed, guarded. Back up top, emergency lights, guards on. Okay, we're going to turn windshield wipers as needed. If you're parked, you don't need them. Navigation lights and logo lights will turn on. Okay. And rounding out the preparation, bus ties and drive disconnect switches, guarded and auto. Not in that order. These are your bus ties, they're in auto. These are your disconnect or gen connects, they're on but show off, and these are your disconnects which should be guarded. Here are your demands for the hydraulics. I'm just going to bring up flood levels on the lights. Even though we shouldn't be flying in the dark, you always want to be prepared. All right. Moving on to pre-flight. Well, kind of. Alright, so far so good. I don't know what all of the issues were here that were kind of plaguing us in the beginning, but we've got it powering up, which is good. I don't know of any switches that I missed, but I may have and caught it when I went through. Just going through my chat. Alright, I don't see anyone joining us so far for the flight. Shame, shame, shame. You never know what's going to happen here on Flying with Mike. So, alright, so we're to the point where we can now do our pre-flight for this. First off, though, let's get on down to the FMC again. Hang on. I know you guys are going, why don't you just preset that? Well, I could. But, what's the fun in that? Ooh, a little too far over. Actually, way off. Go back. Alright. Well, we got to get this so that you all can see. Alright, there we go. All the buttons are visible now. Alright, so what I want to do now is begin to build the aircraft up. Alright, now I need to I don't like this when it does it this way. Okay, I was really hoping for a different way of loading it. I want to make sure. I don't want to take a chance here. Okay, sim config. You're on the freighter. Okay. Now the funny thing is, a few days ago when I loaded this would have been in Vancouver the first time, and I was just playing around with it then. I wasn't streaming. The aircraft actually hit the tail, you know, like you've seen them every now and then. If you forget to put the pogo stick in the back, you'll see them nose up. All right. All right, we're going to have to ask. Let me just do something here. Oh, what's this? Okay, I'm just trying to find where I was last night. Uh-oh, did they delete my post? Can't find myself in here. Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay, so this is going to be fun. All right. Well, we're going to do already at 34. We need to first, before we proceed on, I'm going to hold with it right there. Let's do the pre-flight. And I do apologize, folks. Like I said, we're trying to do this the way they're telling me to see if everything works better. So, we're going to go to the pre-flight real quick. Let's get some toolkit over here real quick. There it is. Okay. As I said, flights from Toronto to Miami will be on the Betty's 2 departure to AIRRA, then onto the Q103 to Slojo, Q83 to Jevid, Q97 to Kennel, direct Ormondo Beach, I believe it is, OMN, VOR, to the Hailey 7 arrival. At this moment in time, I'm going to plan runway 8 right. We may end up on 12. We'll find out. Here's our breakdown over here. Cost index will be 100. It's also going to be coming up on our load page. And we'll go ahead and pull that up so you can see that. We're going to run with a payload of 69,235 kilograms. 8 passengers up top with us, 4 crew plus 4 more. Fuel to be loaded will be 44,177 kilograms. And our cost index for the flight is 100. Initial climb to 36,000. Slow Joe will go to 37,000. They're saying back to 36. We may just stay at 36 or go up one more, 38,000. So here's how our fuel breaks down. We'll write that out here real quick when we're planning for a reserve, if we're able to type it in. Looks like 16. Yep, that's about right. Okay. All right, so we got that written down. And finally, just so you can see it, here's our weights broke down. 8 passengers will have 68,400-ish pounds of cargo, bringing us up to the 69,235 kilogram figure. 0 fuel weight's 235, which is under our max. Fuel way under our max, and takeoff weight under our max. Landing weight as well. So we're good on all fronts there. Charts up here. Here's what the route looks like. Here's the significant weather along the route. We have turbulence to deal with over Ohio down into the North Carolina region. 2 jets to cross through before landing. So fun ride, pretty much. So let's see what kind of winds. Okay, so we're not starting at 30. Okay, so 34 has us pretty much with crosswind the whole way down, getting stronger with each jet. 39, a little stronger, but same profile. So that's what we have to deal with here. And let's get a look at the live map. It's zeroed in on, there we go. A lot of snow to our east, not worried about it. Right now looks pretty clear with some maybe echoes coming in here, but that may also be oh, I can't think of the word right now. Oh well. Sucks getting old sometimes, folks. Alright, so I'm trying to read this. I'll have to pull up the chart. Okay, so that's our pre-flight. So that kind of gives you an idea where we're going with this. So let's go ahead and pull that back to the flight sim. And let's see how we can load this. Okay, so load out 69,000. Oh, that changed it right away. Wow. Okay. May have to put more people in here. I don't know yet. How are we looking? 17. Okay. Oh, we didn't put any in this one. We'll put 100 in there too. Okay, so we're up to 43,000 kilos. We got to get up to 69. Okay, that leaves us with 25,000 to spread about. so we need 25,006 divided by 2. Whoa, clear. Okay, so let me do this again. My bad. 69. Okay, I'm just getting things so we can make sure we load right. 43.6 equals, divide by 2, it's 12.8. Okay, hang on. Where's it going? There it is. Just checking to see if it came down twice. It did. Okay. Okay, so 12,000 I can put in. All right, so let's put 11,000 up front. We need to hit 69.2. There we go. Okay, so we got our cargo loaded. Payload showing correctly. Alrighty. Let's go back to the ground handle page. Now we're going to request ground services. And we need times 1,000, so there you are, 44,177. See if it'll take it. Okay. All right, folks.
Service trucks coming.
There we go. Well, let's take a look outside and watch. It's going to take it a while to load that fuel up, so we may take a quick break here and then come back and see where we're at. So stand by 1 second here. Now we're going to just keep going. There goes the fuel. You can see it spooling up here. We're going to take a trip outside. All right, give you a little bit of some cheesiness this does. Okay, it's not showing the refueler like it did the one time. Cheesiness being I can't open the doors. That's part of the X-Plane default. They don't have the doors, so we can't open them. That other catering truck is heading to the rear door. There's our fuel truck. A little late, but he's there. So, again, to me, this is cheesiness, but that's fine. You know, I know a lot of people out there like this cheesiness, so enjoy it, folks. The caterers are here. I believe the air starts or ground start or something's out front. Ground power. But again, it doesn't connect, so doors can't open. So it's really just, to me, all cheese and fluff. But anyway, let's hop back in, continue our flight plan. Hang on a second. I see one thing I do want to just fix real quick. Oh, that ain't cool. It didn't fix. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead while we're fueling and take care of the flight plan. And as we move on to pre-flight, that is the first step. Set the align the nav on our IRS 123. We're going to stop right there. Well, actually, wait a minute. How far down? Okay. Then we'll check our EEC buttons and fire protection. EEC are guarded and closed. Fire protection. That's a good test. Next up is the passenger oxygen. Flight deck lights are set, stab trim, and then we'll set the FMC. Okay, so first thing up was interrupt switch. Passenger oxygen set good. Flight deck lights are set. Stab trim is down here, and we'll actually do it from this one. That way I can also check our so there's our stab cutouts. They're guarded. APU knows good. Parking brakes still on. Okay, let's see where we are and if we can do a couple more things down to hydraulics. MCP, well, we're going to have to hold right here. We head back to the panel here and get to work on. Okay, gas is loaded. Wow, that was fast, faster than last time. Last catering truck's on its way out. Gas truck's backed out. There's the first caterer. Here comes the belt loader. He'll be in for a few minutes. Can't open the cargo door, guys, but hey. I'm curious if he lifts up. Oh, he does. Very nice. Very cheesy. Even more cheesy. The catering truck driving through all of our stuff that has to be loaded. I tell you. All right, folks, so let's get into planning the flight out. And standby one. All right, sorry for that, folks. Let's get into this, and I wonder if that baggage guy is coming to us. I think he is. Again, cheesy, but neat nonetheless. Okay, our IRS is aligning at 7 minutes. Coming down. Okay, so we'll come back to the menu, go to flight, go to pilot, F plan, whoop, and let's hit this ident. You can see we've got the CF engine, BF F1. Here's our program data. And our stuff's active to the 28th. Next page. We're at Charlie, Yankee, Yankee, Zulu. Not going to worry about the gate. Holy crap. Now I am going to. Hang on a second. That's changed. They finally got the GPS coordinates looking right. Yes! Let's find out. Hang on a second. Nav graph. Okay. Center. There we go. Bear with me a second here, folks. Oh, I may not be able to pull up that area. Let's find out. All right. I hate this part. Just looking to see. Okay, that's the main ramp. And commuter, no. Darn it. Well, we're going to do it this way. Hang on a second. I've got another way. Pretty sure the cords won't be here. Just looking at the airport chart. Yeah, I was right. Okay. We'll do that. That's fine. So we're looking at north 43, 37, 69. Again, it's not perfect. I'm just seeing if we're close. 79.35. We're close. Oh, wow. That changed, folks. This was saying east-west, north-south, which was backwards. Awesome. They got that fixed. That was one that I caught real early when I first tried. All right, so we're going to push on here. That's great. I'm sorry for the delay there. That was a fix that I've been waiting for. Then destination, Miami. Oh, wow, this has changed in flight look too. Very nice. Except for this. This, I don't know if is on the real one or not. But that's fine. Hang on, I'm just going to... Oh, you're gonna play that game on me. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so flight today is FedEx 811. Execute. Next page. Nope. All right, departure. Our departure for today. 23. I'm going to double check weather right now. 220 at 9. This is valid as of the top of the hour, 18 minutes ago. 230 is a good selection. If I can find it, runway 323. There's the, I call it Betty's 2, and there's Araya. Execute. Next page. Okay, next page. All right, so now we go with our, continuing our normal way of doing flights here, folks. Airway to the left. This is the airway side. This is the closed side. Or you could just do the next airway. I kind of close it because I find that sometimes the plane will go to the wrong, will put the wrong fix in, and so I've learned to just do it if you want to say it my way. Q103, and that closes at Slow Joe, which is Sierra Lima Oscar. Oh, where you at? Juliet Oscar. Next up is the Quebec 83. Closing off at Jevid, and that is Juliet Echo, Victor, Echo, Delta. Wait a minute, just want to make sure. Aha. Q97. Quebec, I thought there was something missing. Quebec 97. And KENLL. KENLL. Okay. Then we're going to OMN. OMN. Okay. Route. Legs. Okay, we do have that vector. We knew about that. That's we'll worry about that in flight. Okay, departure arrival will be the Highly 7 OMN. Let's hold on the runway until we get a little closer, see if ATC is going to bother us and tell us no, we can't do what we want, which does happen. So there we go, folks. Let's come back up here. It looks like the IRS is aligned. Now there is a way to actually check that. So if we come down to here, go back to this, to our position page. Let me zoom in a little. Okay, what we're going to do, you see we got a couple of pages here. FMS, IRS number 3, they match, which they should. All of this matches, so we should be right on course to our route. So we're going to go to the preference page, 44.2. Believe it was, where was our fuel load? 44,177, folks. That's pretty doggone close. So we're off by 30 kilos, give or take, 20 kilos. Unless you're selling drugs, folks, that ain't going to hurt a plane. If you're selling drugs, 20 kilos, that's quite a bit. Law enforcement listening, I don't sell drugs, just going off of what I see on TV. Okay, so our cost index is 100. So far, so good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. We're going with 16. I want to double check that real quick. Bear with me. Okay, so we want 6.9 plus 6.8 plus 2.3, 16.0. Basically what that number is, folks. Once we get below 16 kilos, we are now, well, actually, I could go 13 point, 13.7. The reason I have that, let me kind of, so we're not, you're not just listening to me, you can kind of see where I'm going with this. And again, folks, the chat room's wide open. Feel free to chime in and tell me, oh, what do we got from G-Nice for you? Hey, how's it going? Sorry, we're kind of testing out this plane. So sorry if I missed you there, but I'm just showing everyone where we're getting our reserve from. We got to have 6.9 no matter where we land, be it Miami or Orlando. This is what it takes to get to Orlando. Again, that's what we got to have no matter what on the ground in Miami or Orlando. That's what it takes to get to Orlando. So if we just combine these two, 13.7, that's actually, to me, legal. So this, by the way, is the Sparky 747. I do plan to give URLs and X-Plane to this. Couple of versions of it out there. The version you're seeing was actually what Sparky had done as of Saturday at about 5:45 Central Daylight or Central Standard Time. So the other version out there is the release version. Now the difference between the two, the release version, that one has issues that they know about. So these are known issues that they've been working on. For instance, where I told you about the coordinates being backwards, well, they were right number-wise, wrong on the letter. Should have been north-south, first one, east-west, second one. They were backwards. So those they knew about, those they were working on. The one that I have, they don't necessarily know about the bugs that may come up. So we're going to find them. If any. So far, pretty good. We ran into a couple, but we're not sure if it was just, again, user error or not. Hopefully the flight to Miami this time, however, coming from Toronto, doesn't end in where we can't get up in the air. That's to come. But just getting in here with our cost index and now reserve, we'll go 13.7 instead. See if it'll take it. Awesome. All right, now our cruise. Let's see what we're showing. 36,000 on professional flight planner. And scroll down just a little bit here in SimBrief. I think they're showing 36 as well. Yeah. All right, so we'll go with that. Should be able to put it in just as 360. And it did take. Okay. Now the step size, we're going to see if that works. That didn't work. Once I finally did get the plane airborne out of Bogota, offline, on our way here. It finally did get airborne. It took me not using VNAV to take off. So hopefully, we're going to get airborne this time. All right, so I don't know why it defaults to 26. That should be blank. All right, so let me do a couple quick clicks here with Professional Flight Planner. Reason I use that program is it gives me takeoff data. We do need anti-ice at least engine, and I'm on the wrong runway. Doggone it. Come on, thank you. 2323. And by the way, I believe this is an 11,000 foot runway. We'll double check that here in our departure brief. Landing in Miami is planning runway 8 left. And, you know, I've been hearing, we have Mid-America, we have a lot of flights that go to Florida, and they've been all saying it's so cold down there. So I wanted to see if I needed to turn any anti-ice on. 24 degrees Celsius. I don't think I need any ice for that, folks. However, are there any storms in the area? No. Okay, good. So right now we don't need it. Yeah, they've been telling us how cold it is, and then they get off the plane and go, oh my God. Yeah, think about it, folks. It's probably warmer where you were. So I have fun with them at least. And update. And release. All right, so this is in pounds over here, which that's fine. What I'm doing now is also getting TopCat pulled up just to verify everything, and also so I know how much runway we're going to eat up. All right, so for that works. 152. $516. Okay, that's close enough. 23. Weather is still the same, and that's the other reason I do this. It's just another way to check the weather before we push. Okay, takeoff data coming in. I know for sure we might actually go with 26. Who knows? Haha. Wasn't expecting that. Holy mackerel. Well, let's give it a shot. They want 73. I don't think I've ever put a number in that high. TO. And we're going to be flaps 20. Wow. All right, I am going to put in climb 1. Take off. Hey, still got work to do on this page. Okay, flaps 20. No, 135. Okay, 140. 156. We'll go 151. CG, 15%. No trim. Wow. I don't know if any of that is right. We're showing 5.1. Well, we'll give it a shot. You know, give it a shot one time. Worst case scenario, we'll reload position. That's because our last was Miami. Okay. Take off. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to plug all of this information in. I'm going to first, if you'll give me 1 second. Since we are flying FedEx today, let's get their ACARS program up here and going. ACARS. Okay, it's already on the screen, so you can see what we've got going on here. It's a very good airline, FedEx Express Virtual. I gotta say it slowly or I get tongue twisted. Yeah, there's a lot to G-Nice for you with X-Plane. For me, now if this was FSX, we'd already be airborne. But since this is X-Plane, I too have got a lot to learn. Plus this being a new bird, a whole lot to learn. So we're going to go step by step through this thing. Anyway, this is the ACAR program. All I have to do here is click Start. And we're set to go. Let me go ahead and get rid of that here. Now, one thing I am going to do right now, before we get back into the checklist, I'm going to bring up the GitHub where you can find this. Hang on a second. All right. As you can see here, you just go to github.com/sparks4 msparks43/747-400. This is the page that comes up, gives you the file structure of what's going to download and it's a lot different than FSX or any of the prior to Microsoft products. Whole lot different. Maybe the same for most X-Plane, but for me, it's a lot of gibberish. But to X-Plane's defense, it was gibberish to me and Microsoft in the beginning 20 years ago, somewhere in there. Now I understand file structure and what I'm looking for, how I'm looking for it, make sure everything lines up right. But anyway, so the package with known issues they've been working on and may have corrected a lot of them, but I don't know how it comes out. You'll click here. That is the one that released to X-Plane, and I think flightsim.com got a link to it, and somewhere else. But anyway, you'll get it there. Now, if you want the one that could have problems, let's not say could, probably will have problems they're not aware of, yet may be aware of and still trying to figure them out, you go to code. And in here, you'll see download zip, and that will be the latest and greatest. So since I downloaded this on Saturday, which would have been the 9th, so that's 2 days ago. If you come down, okay, so they worked on SimConfig enhancements with the thrust referencing that I can see on there, and it looks like they added to both the CRT and LCD. I don't see a difference in the LCD or CRT. If you all did, let me know. The other 2 days ago. That looks like the only thing that's changed since I've downloaded it. But the version I had before this, I think, was a week earlier, and I'll just give you a quick hint of what wasn't there. Clear this out real quick. We'll use the one here at the bottom. Again, you access the way your aircraft's going to look by going to ACMS. On the index, go to maintenance. All of this was here. Some working. Well, actually, they all were working. Then you go to SimConfig. This was all that was working on the Bogota flights, so which would have been downloaded probably a week or two prior. So when I downloaded the new one, I got all of this. And this. And this. We've already found one problem. We're going to give it to them. Here, matter of fact, I'm going to let them know. You can change engines between, well, actually I couldn't. I could earlier, and I don't know why I couldn't. We're going to keep it CF. I wanted to go with Pratt's and see how it sounded differently. The Rolls-Royce isn't out yet. Now you can select freighter, you can select passenger. However, the load page is passenger. That's a bummer. Hopefully they can find a way to delineate that with this. I don't know. I'm not a coder. I'm not a programmer. I'm not even a computer operator anymore. I'm a firefighter. So I don't know how they're going to get around that. So we'll see, though. But anyway, that's where it's hiding in here. If you click menu, takes you to the beginning. Okay, so and we're still on the external power. So let's get back. We've got, one more thing to program. Hang on a second. Speaking of programming. Okay. Want to get this one up. And over to VNav. actually, let's go to 3. Okay, 36. These aren't filling in. I wonder if there's problems. This could be another problem they got to fix. Okay. Let me just try something. See if that bumps it up. Okay. I don't know. Anyway. Caution's off. But anyway, folks, that's where you get the latest and greatest from Sparky. Did I have anything else? And here is, I'm going to go ahead and bring this up one more time. Oh, I see why. I put in a specific website. Okay, disregard. Okay, so we'll close that out. Anyway, I was going to show you what was going on at FedEx, but too much. Yeah, I don't want to get too confused here. So we're going to go ahead and continue on. We're back on the plane. Just want to make sure of that. And we're going to go here, pull down. Okay, so on the checklist, now we have to get the MCP ready, and then we'll set our hydraulics. So let's get our MCP. We're going 151 for V2. Want to add in um, 10. So 6-1. Okay, and runway heading 237. And always make sure to use the little circle, half circle, as opposed to the larger one like this. Okay, and then we're going up to 36,000. Oh, and just so folks know, when we loaded, as well for you, G-Nice, for you, if you use this version, oh, you know what? I was moving the wrong one. Darn it. Error. Operator error. There we go. Error. Anyway, we found the gear lever up. And by going through the checklist, that's how we found it, moved it down. When you pulled that nose gear up, or if it weighted up, you know, on takeoff a little, that gear could initiate coming up. One of two things could happen, which are all bad. One, gear gets damaged, won't come up. Two, comes up, won't go down. Three, comes back down, and when you land, collapses. So that's why you want to make sure that lever's down. So we've got the MCP, I believe, set 6. Okay, so let's get everything set here. Showing 31.6 for the altimeter. Whoa, went too far. Sorry about that, folks. Got a little overzealous. Ooh, there's something missing here. See our field elevation? Been a long time since I've had to read it from this. .557. Okay, transpose, pretty close. All right, so we're going to set the decision altitude now. I always go with 100 on this plane, unless specifically planning a type of approach that'll give me troubles. Then for here, I'm just going to go 400 over, so 900 is a good number. We'll leave it there. Set these two switches to VOR. Come over to the other side, and I only do this because it's redundant. And folks, if that music is too much, let me know. I'll mute it. Okay, decision height is good. Oh, we're not even close. That's because I got to set the altimeter. Okay, and 31.6. Make sure that matches. 31.6. Okay, 30.16. Yeah, kind of miss having those lines there. I wonder if that's because I'm on LCD. I don't know. All right, and I know there's a guy working on the actual way the aircraft looks. I just don't see a change, and I don't know if I need to do a change or not. So, all right, so the MCP is set. EFIS is set. Okay. Going to the checklist. Okay, so now the hydraulics need to be set and then the fuel pumps turned on. Not necessarily. We'll hold on the fuel pumps for a minute. Same hydraulics. They're not going to be turned on yet. Although, we'll leave them off. We'll go ahead and get number 4 on. We got our crossfeed set. Window heat. Okay, so let's continue on. We'll come back to those when it's time to start the APU, and then crank the engines up. Audio systems normal, interphone off, voice recorder on, anti-ice off, window heat both, yaw damper on, outflow valves off, and air conditioning set. So what did I just say? All right, so fuel pumps are here, crossfeeds are here. They're set properly. Audio system, interphone, and voice recorder. Audio system's normal. Service interphone is off. Well, voice recorder used to be up there. Where is it hiding? They got it hidden. Anyway, I don't see the voice recorder. Oh, don't need Sparky up. And anti-ice systems, okay. Window heat, we'll take care of those two right now. Anti-ice is here. We don't need that on the ground right now, folks. Window heat we have on, temperature is 0 degrees Celsius. For those in the States, that's 32 degrees. Everywhere else knows that as 0. Just remember, folks, like I told an exchange student we had from Austria, kind of gave her a little warning. I know she knows cold. She's from Austria. My goodness. They're cold. I said, just realize when you watch the news here, when it says 0 degrees here in the States, it's not 32 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually 0 degrees Fahrenheit, not 0 degrees Celsius. 32 degrees is a lot different in temperature, folks. It's cold. And her eyes got real big. It was really a neat Kodak moment, but, you know, she was great. We're glad she came over. Much different than the first one we had from Spain, but, you know, that's what humanity is, folks. They're not carbon copies, they're originals from God. So, you know, hate to break it to you, we're all different. So, but anyway, back to the plane. So the anti-ice is off while we're on the ground. Window heat is on, and I don't think there was anything else to go. Then we're going to go into the third panel to the right side and start with the yaw damper, the outflow valves, and the air conditioning. So the yaw damper is here. Passenger is guarded and on. These are the outflows it was talking. They need to be off. If they were on, they would say that. This is the air conditioning. So you want your passenger, flight deck, cargo temp, all set to auto. Now, in a BCF, which is a converted passenger plane into freighter service, that's what the BCF is, converted freighter. Boeing converted freighter. Basically, it looks just like a passenger plane. Big differences. Most of the doors are maybe still there, but not usable. There's a big cargo door on the pilot side rear. All the seats, all the bins, all of that crap's gone. Just the cargo deck, and then they put in the air rollers to be able to move the cargo around. However, the difference between a converted freighter and a freighter version from Boeing is there's two, and I'll show you here momentarily. The nose you can load in from, can't do that on most converts. Boeing doesn't tear the nose off, put a new one on to make it go up and down. Plus, that'd be very expensive for the guy that does that. Two, okay, let's take a look at it. So we don't have this part working. And this is cutting about half to maybe a little further. So basically it starts coming down here and back. Now, as I've looked at cargo loading charts on the 7.4, I think you can get bigger items through the back door than you can through the nose. It's not like the C5 where front to back you can load everything the same. So it's a little lower. So you get a little bit more room to stuff it up with. So, but just something to let you know. That's your big things. Each of these doors, I think, are either welded closed or they're not usable. This door usually works. These two rear doors usually work. On a BCF, your upper deck doors will work, only is because they're emergency egress. And then L1 and R1 will work, and I think that's L5, R5 in the back, I think. So that kind of gives you how you can tell. This looks, it's the passenger version of this. And you can see they usually put up something over the windows so the cargo doesn't bust them open and depressurize the plane in flight. So, hence why the windows can sometimes be very hard to see. So there you go on identifying a BCF versus a freighter. The Dash 8, the engines are the giveaway. They'll have the Jags on the edge of the cowl in the back of the engines. There's your Dash 8, the new GE engine. All right, so we are really dragging this out. So I'm going to kind of kick it into gear. We're going to skip the two APU things to where we're ready for engine start. Brake pressure, that is found right here and is normal. You can also find out. Well, no, we won't find it there because I don't have the energize on the hydraulics yet. Fuel quantities, 41. Hang on a second. Bear with me. 41.2 kilogram, or 41. Let's try that again. 44,200 kilograms show loaded, adequate for flight. Performance data has been checked and set. MCP is set for a V2 of 151. MCP is set for a climb speed of 161. Heading 237. Altitude set for 36,000. V1 for today is 135. V rotate 140. Now, V1 is your safety speed. That's the speed you'll already know if you're going to balk and abort the takeoff. Prior to it, that is as high as you can go before you have to commit to the air. After V1, you commit to the air. Come back around and land. V rotate obviously is when you bring the nose up. V2, 50 feet off the end of the runway, cleared. That's what your V2 speed will be. Stab trim showing 5-1. We'll see when we get there. Rudder and aileron are at 0. Auto start is going to be turned on. And we'll do a recall and then we'll do our departure brief. So hang on a second here. Let's go ahead. Well, actually, let's get that APU started. So to do that, let's get the inboard pumps on. Okay, come back down to 3. What we'll do is we'll go to the status table and you can watch it spool up. Let's see if they've slowed it down. Yeah, a little fast. But that's okay. It'll spool up. Hey, Bob's Gaming, how you doing? Always love APU time. It gives me time to go through the chat and see if we've got anyone new here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and kind of mute the music right now because we're getting ready to get into it. Okay, the APU is at 100%, so let's get back up to the top. Switch into the gens. Turn the APU bleed on. All right, so let's see what else we missed on the checklist while we were getting to this point. Recall, oh, hydraulics. On. Usually, you'd make a call to the ground if you're in the real plane from what I've seen on some videos, asking to pressurize, they go yay or nay. When they say yay, pressurize the hydraulics. However, for pushing back normally in a 747 number 4 pump here, you go to auxiliary no matter what. I guess that allows them to still move the nose gear while you're pressurized. That's all I can figure. Haven't been able to find out from anyone at work. All right, so let's go back to 3. Our hydraulic pressures are good. That still looks the same. Fuel, that's what I wanted to see. Okay, it looks like it distributed better than it normally does. That's good. And let's go ahead and go for the beacon. And you know what's coming next, pushback. That was a incorrect setup for me.
Grounded cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Okay, so we are going to just make sure we didn't miss anything. Okay, and we need to be on auto okay, so we got auto start here set. And I do not know how to get the external power to disconnect from the plane. I wish I did, but I don't. Wing lights will go ahead and turn on. And go ahead and get all the fuel pumps running. Hold on a second. Hang on a second. I thought so. I thought I read that right. Okay, we're going to turn off the overrides because as you can see, we're even. So there's no need for them to be on. They'll drain tank the engine. They should drain out even. All right, let's get her coming. With better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay, so all we got to do is wait on her. We don't have a pushback checklist that I can find, but basically for engine start, we got to have the beacons on, fuel control switches on. Well, they're doing it backwards. We're going to pull the two that we want to start to arm them. Once we bring up the fuel control switch, then they'll actually start cranking up. That's what's called auto start. They'll go through the whole cycle and get us going. So, alright, she's hooking up right now, and I need to get rid of some.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Let's get rid of the chocks, and let's close the door. Fuel pumps are on. All right, just waiting on her.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay, timer on. Parking brake off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, so let's see how she pushes us back. But we're going to go ahead, also at the same time, arm 2 and 3 are inboards. Okay, oh, too far low. Okay, so here we go. This will actually start the engines once they're armed. Oh, we need to be engine. You can see them spooling up. There's N2 rising. At 20, you'll see them, the EGT here starts spooling up as the engines get fuel. And the fuel flow will come up. There they go. Again, remember, everything's in metrics. I don't know if you can hear that engine spooling. All right. And I'm just going to push up here. We can watch it all spool right here. Now in Vancouver, when we did our loading, the airplane started going in circles. So hopefully that won't happen again here. Okay.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
We're going to go ahead and get 1 and 4 armed. And number 1. number 4. They're cranking up right now. You can see N2 starting. N1 is your front blades. She's disconnected. It's the front blades. This is the pressure on the back where the and light off just happened. There goes your EGT firing up. Oil pressure's coming up, which it should be rather quickly. Temperature will
Cell
slowly...
is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike. Alright, so I see the no V-speed still there. Interesting. Okay, well, we've got them plugged in. Let's see what happens. Okay, the engines are spooled up. So when I go up here, these should be all closed, and they are. And we'll go to the after start checklist. Ignition to continuous now. Now the ignition switch is right here, so we go to continuous. APU can be turned off. Packs. Normally with the packs you'll set, a lot of guys will turn 2 and 3 off. It really doesn't matter. But what we'll do is we'll turn the APU off. We'll disconnect the APU bleed. Packs are set. Hydraulic demand all to auto, which really is only one. We'll do a recall, flight control check, and set our flaps. Now, one thing we gotta check here. Yeah. Let me try something. What I'm trying here. Pull up my fuel. Okay, so that's what was causing that. Okay, what I did is I put it in tank to engine, and what that is, in if you're loaded up for like transatlantic, for instance, you might have more fuel in these pumps, in these tanks than you do this tank and this tank. So you have the overrides on to help balance things out. You may even have stuff in the center. But once you get down to where they're a little bit even or very close to even, you want to go into tank to pump where each engine's pulling from their own tanks, if you will. So you turn off your overrides and your cross feeds. That puts you into what's called tank to engine. So tanks 1 and 4 are going into their tanks. Tanks 2 and 3 into their engines. And you can see the diagram. When that cross feed is on, it's going to open the pipe up for all engines off this one. Same with this one. And when the override's on, it's going to do all of them as well. It just kind of helps a little bit, so why it's visually like that. Not sure why we just lost air. I don't like that. And since it's cold, let's get the heat on. Really weird. Oh well, we're not going to worry too much. Okay, so final checks. Oh, I know what was left. 3. And we'll go to the stats page. Let's do our left, right, left, right. Okay, and finally, let's get our flaps set to 20. Okay, and it shows going to 20 up there. And 3. Let's get back on the engine page, fuel page, we're looking good. Electrics, I don't think hydraulics are now showing good. ECS showing good, not showing much up here yet. They're working on it. Doors are closed, gear, we're good. Engine, 0. Parking brake off. And let's take a look and see if that sim's going to be a problem. Does not appear to be. Bear with me as I go ahead and bring us up. We'll get this departure brief out of the way as well. Let me first get on to pre-file. A lot going on, folks. A lot going on. Okay. Whoop, 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 whoop. Back up. Kilograms. Okay, and all right, so making sure we're on the list here. Good deal. All right, so V, we're not 16, we're now 18. Not bad. I was planning a 1750 departure. We're only about 20 minutes off, so that's not bad. All right, so we'll go with 25. FDX file. Okay, and I'm going to be bringing Sim Toolkit up here momentarily. Bear with me a second. I'm just getting connected. I actually thought about doing this with the 737 today. However, I'm kind of glad I'm doing it in the 47. I say that now. We haven't gotten into the air yet. Chicago, New York, Chicago, New York. We shouldn't be in either of those. Alright, so we are now loaded up, so if you guys do want to fly along with Mike on VATSIM, I am there, and we're ready to start our taxi. I am going to go ahead and put our auto brakes on. Final checks here, flaps are set, taxi, lights, landing, EFIS set. And nothing on here about the interesting, nothing about that. Like I said, it's probably a work in progress. Taxi lights. Okay, let's get going. And you want to give this bird a little bit of, let that line come by. It is 3 stories off the ground, folks, where the pilot sits on this plane. If you ever get a chance and can find it, there's videos on how Boeing trained 707 pilots on how to taxi this plane. Because remember, they were only maybe 10 feet, no, they're more than 10. Probably about 15, 20 feet off the ground. They were double that, if not more, in the 747. So they kind of had to figure out how to move this big behemoth around airports that weren't ready for it yet. So kind of just got to make a feel for it. And it's one of those things like Navy pilots. Yeah, you're going to cross that center line. But you know what? She comes back. She's not taking out the lights. I say Navy pilots. You're trusting that guy on the flight deck to marshal you, because when you taxi towards that elevator or towards the edge of the plane, your nose and you stick out over the water. All the wheels are behind you, but you stick out over the water, and then they turn you around. So yeah, same thing here with this big old girl, the Queen of the Skies, same thing. 777, same thing. A little lower to the ground, but still the same effect. You're going to actually be over the edge lines taxi. So it's kind of fun. But then, like I said, you'll come back dead center on the runway. Alright, so we are taxiing out. Getting a little fast here. Let's get this power. Okay. 20 knots. We'll take a nice gentle run up here. Let's go ahead and do our recall that we have not done yet. Okay. Passenger signs on, continuous ignition, auto brakes are at reject, 20/20. Nice, gentle, easy taxiing here. When we get on the runway, this clock will turn on. The clock I use over here, that tells us our pushback time 13 minutes ago. This gives us our takeoff time. And those are times the pilots will use in their logbooks. And talking to company. And if I understood my dad right when he flew with the airlines, they only get paid with the engines running, kind of like truckers. They only get paid when the wheels are turning. Unless you're paid by the hour in the trucking industry. I only got paid when I drove a truck when my wheels were turning. And unfortunately, to add insult to injury, not all the miles I drove were paid for, or I got paid for. Unless they paid you off what's called the hubs, which is where your wheels attach to the axle. There's a hub meter on trucks. Some will pay you by that. But looking outside, that ain't a truck. Well, it kind of is. There is 18 wheels. But there are 18 tires on a 747. Anyway, but I digress. Okay, so we are here at the hold short line. Gear deliver still down. We're showing 20 and 20. Speed brake. Make sure that's down. You know, I've come in here a couple times and found it armed or up. So push it forward, make sure it's where it's supposed to be. Heading is 237, 161, 36,000. Looks good. Don't like not seeing V speeds over here. Toronto traffic. FedEx 811 Heavy, departing runway 5. And I just realized that when I said that. I'm at runway 5, not 23. I made it. You know, that's what you get, trusting that wascally rabbit who always tells you to turn left in Albuquerque. Man, I tell you. Oh well, we're going to do a fun takeoff. We're going to be tailwind takeoff. Good thing is we're the only thing in the area, so nobody's going to get too ticked off at me. Dummy, dummy, dummy. But definitely make sure the runway you're in front of matches what you're wanting, which I just, as you saw my pause, I realized I was at the wrong end. The winds aren't too bad today, so I should be okay for a tailwind takeoff. Keep giving it a little power till she comes around. Oh, I overshot, I think, this time. That's okay. We'll find out. Keep a little power up. Okay, maybe not. Alright, so let's put this to 57. Okay, and I just also realized I was remiss. And we did not do... Okay, so 47, then we'll come around to mobile. Okay. Okay, so okay, well, we'll improvise here as best we can. So, for the takeoff, we got to make sure our landing lights are on. Strobe lights on. Ice on. We'll go ahead and turn the wing on as well. And we'll get the clock started now. And I bring the power up to the right here in AI, and I'm not going to worry about brakes. What I am worried about okay, there's 80. Rotate. We got a positive rate. And gear up. We'll go to 47. All right, we're getting. Let's make sure we're not going down, which we seem to be. There she goes, maybe. Get all the flaps up. Now we're gonna come back to a 237, 230. Okay, so we're airborne. Hey, we're doing a lot better than we did out of Bogota, folks. All right, so by now we'd have landed at least 2 or 3 times in neighborhoods. So we're doing a lot better. She seems to be, they got a little bit of the performance issues worked out with the VNAV. They still got some work to do, but it's a work in progress. Like I said, when they get this thing done, of course then there'll be a new X-Plane and a new version. But wow, It is a great plane. And we're just going to come right around to 230. Got the flaps up. There we go. Just verified that. Turned that to VNAV, and I just want a couple things to check here. There we are, and we are in the air. Because of speed, it's 5 hours from now. It ain't that far. Yeah, that no V-speed thing came up. I'll have to tell them about. I'll do that while we're climbing out here. Now, we're going to be heading to this fix here, which is called... Alright, this is the fun part. Hang on, let's zoom back in. Try it one more time. Won't let me. I hate this part. Oh. There it goes. Now, we're going to go ahead and help it here. Go to LNAV. Oh boy. Okay, I still don't know why it does this. Okay, so how do I get it back? Interesting. It automatically went to standard. Holy cow. I've never noticed it do that before. Just getting some pictures here for him. I want to set these now. Okay, well, she's on. Get these off since we're way above altitude. Sorry, folks, I'm getting caught up here real quick. Lights off. And I'm going to go ahead and turn that some noise down here. There we go. And I'm going to get that engine noise too. See if that a little better. Still a little annoying. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that, folks, for being quiet. As you can tell, a lot going on, a lot to learn, and this I don't understand. So I am going to pose the question to him. Okay, folks, got my questions out. We'll see. Oh, crap. I hate when they do that to me. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. My daughter had some things she needed to ask. All right, so I got the answer that quick already as to why I'm seeing the Direct to page. They said pretty much this is still not been reworked into here yet. So, like I said, folks, got to realize work in progress. That's why I don't grumble too hard at them. It's one, free. Two, it's got work in progress. So we are on our way, though. We are now through 26,000 feet. This is the best we've climbed in a long time. A little slow, though, so I'm going to go ahead and give it a little kick in the butt, if you will. I'm going to bring her up to 300. That's what it should be, pretty close. Actually, higher than that, but we'll go with that until it gets to roughly where it switches, where it reaches Mach. Oh gosh, what is it? Can I set that? Let's see. Oh, we can. All right. Well, there should be a way to say 300 slash point, I think it's 7879 for the climb, and when it hits 0.78 when the Mach number equals 300, then it switches into that. So, wow, okay. And I want to, I can't sim brief. too much here. Let's see. I think 0.84 is what they always try to fly this thing at. 0.84. Okay, on the flight log. And I know we didn't do our departure brief, and I know I messed that part up. I also messed up on the runway we departed. A lot of mess ups on this guy's part. But overall, folks, the changes from today over last week are pretty amazing. And I'm just checking ACARS. Really good. Yeah, she oversped a little bit, but hey, what's this one do? Ooh. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I'm looking at what the ACARS program's offering. Oh, wow. Some great stuff here. Kudos to you guys at FedEx. Really good stuff. I always love flying with them. Really good organization, folks. So if you are out there and you're looking for a VA, the two that I fly for, Millennium Aviation and FedEx Express Virtual, which is what I'm flying under today, folks, you can't get a better organization. All right, so I've alerted Sparky. They've got screenshots of what they're going. I can already hear them grumbling on one, that being the no V speed. All right, so what we're going to do is get the music back up and going. Bring a little volume to it so it's in the background at least. And let's pop out and take a look at the bird, otherwise known as the Queen. Some textural things here that are granted probably default. Wow. I don't know if that's a paint job or if that's all default. I'm thinking that's the default aircraft. Alright, we are on our way. We're over Lake... Is that Ontario? Oh, Huron. My bad, Huron. Ontario is right south of... We've already crossed that. On our way to Miami, folks, where it's a lot warmer than St. Louis. Oh, by at least 24 degrees Celsius. I don't even know if we're above freezing yet here. Still can't believe I departed on the wrong runway. Oh, wow, that's embarrassing. But it happens. All right, folks, I am going to leave you with the music right now and head upstairs, get some laundry done in the house, and couple of other things that need to be done. Enjoy the flight. We will be talking with you on our arrival, but we'll be off and on. Like I said, the flight's, let's see what FedEx has us scheduled at now. Oh, there we are. 2 hours, 17 minutes current speed. So see folks, it's not a 5-hour flight, but it's a ballpark 3 hours. Just so you know, SimBrief puts it in at 1,287 miles. If we fly it fully, we didn't. We actually, well, actually, I was set up, I believe, on here for runway 5. I sure was. So it's pretty close. The Highly arrival, that's where the minute difference, maybe 10 to 20 miles tops. So, but anyway, folks, sit back, relax, enjoy the music provided by Pretzel Rocks, and we'll be back in the cockpit here shortly. Final checklist run real quick, and then we're out of here for a few. Positive rate of climb, gears up, flaps retracted, auto brakes off, autopilot engaged, pressurization we're monitoring, and we can turn the ignition continuous off, and the landing lights need to be made sure they're off, so we'll put continuous off, landing and taxi lights off, wing light we've also turned off, and passenger signs as well. At this point we can turn them off, or at least to auto. Did they say actually off? No, they said to auto. Okay, so we'll be back with you here shortly, and we'll get into the departure. I'm sorry, we're already departed. We'll get into the arrival brief. So sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. Let's take a look out this way. Screenshots here. And any traffic that you do see passing by us, that's live ATC traffic. We just came off of Lake Huron into Ohio and pushing south. So we'll be back with you here in a few minutes. Alright folks, I'm back in the cockpit here. I'm just kind of losing my mind here. Pretty much the way the whole flight's been going. Laundry was already done. I tell you. And other chores I'd already gotten accomplished before the stream. So, but first things first. Hunden 1381, thanks for the follow 2 hours ago. Sorry I missed that. And WhereTag, 31 minutes ago you followed the channel. We sure appreciate all of that. Getting to our goal of 50. But we're looking actually for more pilots that like to fly, what are like-minded and want to learn, or just out wanting to fly together. I'm trying to see if anyone is. Let's see. Fort Lauderdale, who's that? That doesn't look like it. Well, one of these days I hope to find some of y'all flying with Mike. We got our schedule posted on both our Facebook page as well as on the Twitch page for this upcoming week. We also, well, let's go through that real quick, give you kind of a heads up of what's coming and to see if I have any news. Alright, so coming up this week. See more. Alright, so today we're doing the Miami run. Tomorrow, okay, we're going to be going from Paro, Bhutan, which is the most challenging approach out there in the real world right now. Handful of pilots rated for it, and you have to be, I don't know if the correct word is type rated, certified, or what, but you have to be cleared to fly this approach. Folks, it's not an easy one. Give it a try. X-Plane's pretty good. I don't have anything added scenery-wise, and it does a pretty good job in the bar. Man, is that an approach. You got to watch your speeds, you got to follow those altitudes like a hawk and be at the right speeds and all. Be ready to hand fly at a certain point. Even though it is set up as an RNIP, which should take you all the way down, but oh man. Then we go Thursday to our Alaska flying. We'll be going from Sokyu, I think it was, to Nome, Alaska. It's about 120 miles, 160 miles, something like that. Afterwards, for FedEx, we're going to go Miami to Ontario. Just for fun. I've been into LAX a few times, even on X-Plane. Pretty cool. Let's see what Ontario looks like. And then Saturday and Sunday, we're not going to be streaming, and haven't figured out yet for Monday. For the Paro to, we're going Paro to Bangkok. That'll be in the Zibo 737, so that'll be a fun flight tomorrow. Those two, this flight and that flight, are around 10 o'clock Central Time. I hope to get the stream going. Nome, the flight into Nome, we're going to try and get it going at 1500 or 3 o'clock Central U.S. time. I'll give you the Z times in a minute. Then Miami to Ontario on Friday, 10 o'clock-ish. We'll see how that works out. It's about a 4.5 hour flight, so that's a rather long one. And then we're, like I said, Saturday I got to work. Not much I can do about that one for no streaming. And Sunday, we're going to kind of take a break from streaming for a day and pick it back up Monday maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to take a day or two, catch our breath, refresh, try to revitalize, get things going here. So that's our schedule coming up. Hope to see you all there. With 34 of y'all now following, our Facebook page is, and I haven't tried this, so let me go from here. Nice, that does work. Okay, so back. And hang on a second. Let me put that in here in the chat. This is our Facebook page. And we're, like I said, also up on Twitch. I am occasionally putting videos up to YouTube. Let me see what that web address is. Sorry, I don't have these right with me. I wish I could make a better web address, but we'll go with it. And if any of these are wrong, folks, please, by all means, tell me. And those are our Flying with Mike flying on Facebook and YouTube. Like I said, I do have a couple videos up there. I do believe, let me pull up that. When you go there, you're going to see two that looks very similar. One's an hour and 54 minutes long, one's 2 hours 48 minutes. The 2 hour and 48 minute, I'm not afraid, folks. I crashed on that one in Paro. Feel free to watch it, learn, because believe me, it's a difficult approach, but it took me 5 approaches, three flights, 5 approaches, 4 flights, 6 approaches, something like that. But I finally got in there, and it was actually really fun. So, but anyway, we've got those up there. I am going to try and get a couple more up there for your viewing, especially the one from Toronto to here. That was Vancouver to Toronto. That was about a 5-hour video that I cut down to about 2 hours, I think it was. So, it's not the greatest. It wasn't set up to be chopped up like that, and I haven't done the voiceovers and all that some might do to make it more flowable. I'm working on this, folks. So I haven't done any streaming or anything in the 20 years of flight simming until August last year. Nor X-Plane since August of last year. So it is, it's fun. It's neat to learn the new things, but that's what flight simming's all about. It's all about learning. So at the same time here, for those of you curious about the GitHub, let me bring that back up here. Okay, if you go to, let me get that web address. Hang on a second. Doink, doink, and this final link is for the okay, that in the chat room ought to help you. But anyway, this is what you get when you come into that website. Okay, you'll see on the left side under About, you'll see Release 1. That is the initial release that you can get from X-Plane, I believe Flight Sim, and somewhere else. But anyway, it's the one that the developer, Sparks, knows about any problems you run across. I haven't downloaded it to see if they've updated it or anything. Judging by the date, they haven't in this file. There may be another release coming soon. However, if you want the latest and greatest, what they've worked on since then, as you look at this file structure, you kind of see some of this stuff goes back to when they first started about 2 years ago on it, to stuff they did 4 days ago, 2 days ago. I downloaded it 2 days ago, so I don't know if that's within mine or not. But anyway, to get this latest, greatest, whatever you're seeing updated wise, under code, you're going to see all of this information. Simply click download zip. I don't know if this is showing up for you or not. I'm kind of watching. I don't think so. I don't see my mouse bouncing around. Let me see if maybe the guy behind the... I don't think you're seeing my mouse. Oh, wait. No, I don't think you're seeing it. No, you're not. Okay, hang on a second. I'm going to try something here. Okay, let me just switch angles. All right, what did I use before? Nope, not that. Okay. Okay, we'll go with this. Hang on a second. You may be seeing this right now. Hang on a second. Where is it? There it is. So I know how to get. All right. Let me just make sure it changes over to it. Okay. All right, it's taking forever, and I don't want to take up your time here with dead airspace, so I'm just doing a quick check the old-fashioned way. Perfect. All right, so you see download zip here, folks. That's what you want to click on, and that'll give you what they have updated, put up there for your viewing, enjoying of this aircraft. So that's how you get it. Either by clicking the initial release, which will give you known issues, or this one, and there are some issues that'll pop up that they're not aware of. Now, some that I've come across already, I already do know they know about them. But still, there could be stuff there, you know, you don't know. So, let me, oh, what do we want to call this? Okay, I wasn't expecting that on the music. Scared the living crap out of me. And hopefully nobody with heart conditions were listening in on that. But, oh, okay. I'm ready for that next time. Okay. To answer your question here real quick, Steve. Did Sparky update the performance on the 747-400? Yes, and kinda no. Let me explain. I have not seen a frame rate drop like that. I've actually been doing pretty decent with frame rates in this aircraft. Performance-wise on the aircraft, meaning VNAV, flight, and all of that, that's getting better. We had a pretty rough stint of it out of Bogota, but I don't know if it was the high altitude messing with their performance dynamics or what, or the guy behind the wheel trying his best to know what he's doing with the 747 and he failed. I don't know. But this version seems to be going pretty good, even though, again, the guy behind the wheel took off on the wrong runway and had to adjust in flight. But and there's a couple of other quirks I'm trying to figure out with them. They haven't even begun to work on. Like if you look at the FMC, you would see it saying Direct 2, I think it is, or something like that. They haven't got around to fixing that up to where it works better. But performance-wise, I haven't seen frame rate hits. So I hope that answered your question, and I am going to step out, get some food here real quick before the descent. And here comes that loud start. All right, folks, I'm back. I've kind of silenced the music for now. And trying to figure out. Okay, I am going to go ahead and pull. We'll keep Sim Toolkit there for just a second. All right, so we're going to get into the departure or the arrival brief. All right, so Sim Toolkit's now up. And basically, I'm going to also, well, actually it's better if we, okay, so let's get into this here real kind of quick like. Hang on, let me, okay, that I wasn't expecting. We're about 300 miles from our top of descent. And I got one bug that I do need to make sure I write down and get to them. The pause on top of descent, well, paused it immediately. Is what it is. Like I said, it's a work in progress, folks. All right, so we are, like I said, about 310 miles from top of descent. All right, so with that, let's get right into this. You can see we're just crossed Talon. We got Roko, Kavid, Wapner, and I believe OMN is right after that. We'll find out though. Let's go to Sky Vector. And by the way, let me point out a few features here for those not truly. Oh no, we do have one more after Wapner. Where is Wapner? No, actually a couple. Um, Sim Toolkit's a free product, and I don't say that enough about this, folks. It's free. It gives you a ton of things, all for free. Now, what you have to pay for, and it's only if you want it, and the nav graph, which you see where my mouse is, that is your nav graph charts. So if you have that subscription, it's available for you. The weather that you see depicted here, let me slide that out. All of this weather, that's what comes with Sim Toolkit. Now, if you want active sky to show it, there's a way to enable it in here as well. So, very, very good flight planning, flight tracking, flight following software. Even has a logbook, even tells you how far. I've got 49 minutes and 20 minutes, or 20 seconds according to this. So after Primus we'll be at OMN. So without further ado, let's get into the arrival. Let me unzoom here a little bit. Okay, now we're going to be coming in from Ormond Beach, OMN. So that gives you an idea here of what we're looking at to start with. But we'll be more concentrating here. Since I'm offline, I'm not worrying about any of this graphic stuff. We'll get the airport elevation off the arrival chart. Transition level, like all U.S. airports, 18,000. Actually, pretty much everything in North America, I think, is 18,000, including Mexico. And it tells you what you're going to need. Now, the routing from Hiley. Now, that gets us way down here, which Hiley is here, or Hilly, Hiley, however that's pronounced. However, we're coming in from Ormond Beach. So we're just going to basically track 166 pretty much all the way to Palm Beach, and then 176 to Hiley. Now, we are going to be landing east. So at Betoga, we need to be 13,280. Now, if we were coming in on the 26 or the 30 or 27, we would be on this one. But since we're landing east, which is on the 8s and the 9s, even the 12, we use the 280 at 13,000. So from Hiley, we'll go up here now and read from there. We'll track 199 to Canes, then track 243 to Simba, then 255 to Jess, then 271 to Rubo, then heading 271 afterwards if we're that far out. Folks, that's a long way out. We'll be turning inbound long before then. But just so you can see this, so we're going to come down the arrival, hit Palm Beach, Betoga. That's where we got to make 13,000. That's hard altitude, so we got to be at 13,000 then, and 280. Then we come to Hiley, Canes, Simba, Jess, Rubo. In this frame here, we're going to turn, come in for the 8. Miami initial, landing east, continue track to Rubo. Then left to intercept runway 8 left approach course, conduct the approach, and some additional advisory information. So that's what we're going to be doing here. It's already programmed in. We'll check altitudes. I really don't see any other than the 13,000. Yeah. So, all right, so let's head over to the approach chart. Rubo is like over here somewhere. So that kind of gives you an idea of how you would turn for the approach way out there to come in, which is fine. I think you're like 20, 30 miles out. But we're going to be cutting it in so we can come over Chrome, grab the ILS, come on in. Okay, so for the 8 right approach for the ILS, again, if ATC is up, which it is, we're not using, there's the strip for that. MSA's here using the DHP VOR. Again, that's west of the field, 2,100 feet to the north, 2,900 feet to the west, about to the south. That's your minimum safe altitude. It's also here on the chart. Now, from Chrome, we're going to come into Copra, to Lawn, to the inner marker of 3.1. That's our go. That's our miss point. And then we're going to come into the runway. 3,000 is what we're looking at Chrome, and that's about 15 miles out. So, just so you know. Let's see here. Now, if for some odd reason we have to go missed approach, the procedure here is to climb to 800 feet, then execute a left turn, climbing left turn to 3,000 feet to a heading of 270. When we cross the outbound radial, and we're going to intercept the outbound radial from Delta Hotel Papa, frequencies 113.9, the VOR radial 335, we're going to track that to BRA. That's approximately, it's a intersection 11.5 miles north and slightly east of that VOR. We're going to hold, and then as directed, or as directed by ATC. So that's the missed approach. We're planning to fly the localizer, which is 110.3, identified as India Mike Fox Alpha. The approach course is 092. Now, Lawn is where we should meet up with the ILS at 1500 MSL, 1492 above the ground. Decision altitude is 450 feet up MSL or 442 AGL. Airfield's 9 feet above sea level. Our touchdown zone 8 feet above. Okay, and again you can see our arrival. This X marks the spot. That's where we should be on the glide slope. If we're not, it's technically a go around. Here's the missed approach, and then the decision altitude is here. Things to expect on this ILS are minimums. We can go all the way down, folks. So we're not worried about minimums here. However, the Balzer is our approach lighting system. Daylight, don't think we're going to need it. Pappies will be on the left-hand side. We'll see if all of that matches up. And then here's the nice picture, if you will, of our missed approach. Climbed 800 feet. Make your left-hand turn to 270 to 3,000 feet. At the DHP VOR, we'll track outbound radial 335 to the hold point, 11.5 miles from that. All right, so there's our approaches, and then once we're on the ground with the 8s, let me just kind of zoom in. Again, here's our strip for frequencies. Let me see if there's anything going to be interfering with us. I don't think so. Here's our landing runway. I would love to say we're going to get off at Lima 7. Doubtful. Or Lima 9. I'll be thankful if we do Lima 10. But if we have to go all the way, we'll go all the way to Lima 11. And then bring it back. FedEx is right here on the north side of the airfield. So, and then unfortunately I don't have parking gates to show you. But anyway, that's where we're going to be headed. One last thing to go over here. We're now over Wapner. Hang on a second. Is our VREF. And right now, when we flight planned for 143 VREF 148 approach speed, V approach. So we'll kind of see how that plays out here in just a second. Bear with me here. Lost my page. There it is. So let's get back into Sim. I'll keep Sim Brief up here, Sim Toolkit up here for a little longer. And let's get into Cockpit. We'll go ahead and do approach. Still not putting it in there. So, okay, so we're going to do flaps 30. We're going to come in. I'm going to go ahead and go with the 143 and the 148. And we'll see what happens. Top of descent is now 225 miles out, so we will be looking for you here shortly. We're just going to kind of sit back and relax as we prepare to come in to Miami in about 200 miles. Well, actually, in about 200 miles, we'll be really close to top of descent. We want to thank Hunden 1381 for the follow 3 hours ago, Wear Tag 2 hours ago, and Ala News 1 hour ago. Thank you all for joining and following us. We look forward to seeing you on future flights. And always, as always, feel free to fly with Mike. You know, grab a plane, get up here, let's go. Let's have some fun up here. Get a nice look over the Florida coast there on the Atlantic or Pacific, or wait a minute, the Atlantic side. It's not even close to the Pacific. What am I thinking? Actually, I think we're by the Space Coast. Cape Canaveral, and I think that's the old landing strip for the shuttle. Yep, that is the airfield. Let me see if I can find it again for you. I believe that strip right there is the old strip the shuttle would come into. Oh, a million years ago, it seems like. Means Patrick Air Force Base isn't too far off. And we're going to go ahead and start our descent because I just noticed Betoga, we're not at 13,000 feet. So let me just dial that in. Whoop, went too far. See what happens here. Okay, so we are beginning our descent. And please don't let this scare you. Just did me for a second till I realized kilograms. About 38, 36, 38,000 pounds of fuel. So, okay. So, yeah, we'll take a look outside. Even though I know I said we weren't, why not? Believe me, a lot of people in St. Louis would love to be coming down this coastline right now, how cold it is outside. Although, that sun may really start to warm things up. I know tomorrow we're supposed to be, I believe, in the 50s. Finding out right now. Yeah. Get a little bit of a break right now. What the? Okay. I think that actually is Vero Beach right below us. Huh, I don't see an airport. Oh well. Anyway, we're on our way. And let's get in the cockpit so nothing surprises us. Okay, so looking at our arrival here. Turn that down just a tad. I don't know if that's overpowering or not, but we'll get all of this off the screen here and set up for our arrival. Folks, I will bring it up here as we get on the ground, but in the lower right corner, if you click on that, folks, that'll take you to our Discord channel page. On there, you're going to find, matter of fact, I'm going to get in there. There we go. And you'll see the stream there as well. Don't know if there's any sound, but we are there. I'll go ahead and bring it back for now. So that way those of you who chime in can find that there. There we go. Okay, running into a little bit more cloudiness. Let's take a look real quick at our Sim Toolkit forecast here. Miami's reporting 130 at 10. Ooh. Scattered 2,500, scattered 4,500, broken 15,000. I don't know what FM is. Anyway, oh, I'm reading the disregard. 170 at 7. 10-mile visibility, scattered 3,500, overcast. I just realized what I was reading was the TAF, not the METAR. 16,000 scattered, overcast 25. Temp still 24. This weather is as of 1935 or 53, so it's coming. It's about an hour old. And the altimeter's 3014. So we'll still plan the 8s and do our best to get on the ground. We are now passing 25,000 feet. I think we're on a pretty good trajectory now. To make Betoga at 13,000 feet. We're about 10,000 to go, 7, probably through 20, through, we're going to be close. And close enough, we'll make it and then swing around for the approach when we need to. So let me, let's do that real quick. Let's make sure. Okay. All right, we'll check back. I got a feeling we may need to we'll be flying it a little bit more than anticipated, but that's the fun. All right, so tracking down the coast. Once we get to highly, okay, next up is Palm Beach. Okay, so at Highly, we're in, okay, so we'll be in between both Palm Beach and Fort Lauderdale, and then we'll make our turn. Okay. Coming up to transition altitude here shortly. I'm going to zoom in here and dial it in. Okay, we're also going to okay. Perfect. Alrighty. So we got everything lined up. We got live traffic from, it's just traffic that's put in the air. It's not AI traffic, but it sure fills the sky sometimes nicely. How we doing? Betoga, okay. All right, so let's go through the checklist here on the descent. Passenger signs on, pressurization checked, and descent announced. Okay, get those signs now on. All right, and continuing. Recall, auto brakes, and approach briefing is complete. Transition will be set and ignition to continuous. So just crossed it. Okay, and 3. So we can get this side. Okay. Up to here. Going to continuous. Lights on. And let's do our recall. Continuous, auto brakes 3, passenger signs on. All right, we're going to go ahead and come off of that down to 20. Okay, we're headed to Betoga. We're 3,000 feet, not bad. And again, don't let this catch you off guard. We're not that low on fuel. We're right about really where we need to be. 18, that's about 36 to 40,000 pounds of fuel, just in kilograms. Okay. And we're following Mike Quebec 3818. I'm going to take one quick look outside. And when we get to Betoga, we'll make sure, well, we're going to keep it probably in the descent. Whoop. Any restrictions? I'm just going to make sure off of Sky Vector. Nope, no more. Okay. All right, so we're going to continue our descent to 8,000. Make sure. And what we're going to do, may need some speed brake. All right, so hang on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are approximately 20 minutes from landing. Please make sure those seat belts are fastened. Flight attendants, take your seats for arrival. We are slowing for our approach into Miami. Okay, we're going to go into a more sterile cockpit environment now as we get set up for the arrival. Sorry folks if you were enjoying the music in the background. I don't know how well it was coming through, but we're going to go ahead and hold it back here. Uh, Telf in the Night of the Drummer Boy, well, we'll have to wait. Okay, we're over highly right now. We are beginning to make our turn. Get that set up here. Should be able to see Fort Lauderdale here soon. And if you'll all excuse me, I just realized something I forgot to do. One moment, I gotta get my dog in. Stand by. All right, folks. Yes, we were on pause, and yes, I had mine muted and didn't realize it. Quick recap on the flight. We've been streaming now close to 4.5 hours, actually a little over 4.5 hours. Flying about 2 hours and 45 minutes. We are slowly working our way onto the approach here. This is not good. It's still not climbing. Okay, so let's get into the checklist a little further. All right, so transition altitude we're set, minimums are set. Flaps will go down, gear will go down, speed brakes are going to be armed here momentarily, and at 10,000 feet we need to get our landing lights on. Got all lights on. All right, so we are now, we're going to go ahead and descend to say 4,000. Let's see if it holds that. Same time, we're going to slow to 220. Get ready to start putting some flaps out. All right, now Saturday when I tried this, we ended up lining up on the ILS or trying to way off course. I mean, it was really bad. So we're going to really keep our eye on it this time. So, which we should be doing all the time. Don't get me wrong. I can already hear you pilots out there say, "You're supposed to do that all the time. Come on, get with it there. Like, come on." Okay, starting our descent. And let's go ahead, get flaps 1 out. Now, why are you doing that? That's why you're doing that. Okay. Just trying to figure out why the plane does some silly things. That's because the silly pilot behind the wheel is doing some silly things. All right, so folks, those of you that have joined in the chat room area, welcome to Flying with Mike. See who all we got. A whole bunch here, a whole new bunch of people here. Hope you enjoy this arrival into Miami, otherwise known as Miami. American just took off on one of the runways. I think it was 8s, but I could be wrong. Okay, let's take a look this way. Okay, we don't need any anti-ice. All right. Well, now okay, and here's where we're hoping to be at about 4,000. We'll swing around to grab it at 3,000 and come on in on the ILS. All right, let's take a look outside the plane here real quick. There's our target airport. Fort Lauderdale should be right over here somewhere. Oh, right below us. Wait a minute. That ain't Fort Lauderdale. I don't know what that is. If it is, it sure changed. Find out what that is. Oh, that's not the one I want anyway. All right, airport that was. Oh, Miami, okay. Opa Laka Executive. But anyway, welcome to y'all that have come aboard our stream chat area. Why are you blowing through this? Well, we're gonna set 210. Flaps 5. All right. See if she's gonna level on it. Good. Okay. I'm going to get just slightly past Copra here. Then I'm going to make my swing for the arrival. Okay. Going to start a descent to 3,000 as well. Okay, this ought to be fun. I don't see the ILS. Do a quick shows up here. Okay. And you blew through it again. Okay, so that's how you're going to play this today, huh? All right, so we are now 180 knots. Going to flaps 10. Shows 13 miles out. Let's do a quick get the spoilers armed. See if that actually works. Okay, that didn't work. Oh my goodness. Well, that just kind of totally sucked. All right, let's see if I can find the runway here. Autopilot's coming off. Holy crap. Why do you wanna... Why is it in command? Gosh dang it. You know, this is the stuff that kind of gets me sometimes. All right, folks, we're going to basically be doing an emergency descent. We'll get some power in now. Whoa, Trim, whoa. Yeah, I know. Scared the crap out of myself. All right, well, aside from a few problems, not a bad flight. Where are we getting off at? Okay, so let's clean up from that very ugly approach. Hope you all enjoyed it. 130 feet a minute. Wow. Yeah, I would have put myself at about 1,000 to 2,000 foot at the rate nothing seemed to want to come together for me. Yeah, I know they should have came down on their own. There they go. Okay, so the APU is turned on. All right, strobes are off, lights are on. I know, flaps up. All right, so now the goal, folks, is to get over to FedEx, park the plane, call it a day. And wow, thank you for the butter. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate all the love out there. Well, Steve 1060 or 163, you will, if you're a 747 pilot, you're going to find problems with it, just like any flight sim plane. But it's actually a pretty good plane. There are bugs all over the place in it, but they're working to get them fixed. Um, I don't get that autopilot. That's done that to me twice where it came back on. That's why I couldn't get the daggum thing to come in. It also didn't grab the localizer like it was supposed to. I don't get that one. But hey, you know what? We're taxiing and we're going to be able to put my 2 feet are on the ground. So guess what? It was a good landing. And by the sign of it, 130 feet a minute looks like it recorded pretty decently as well, even though it was a very ugly approach. And I thankful for a good landing. All right, so we're just passing Kilo. Let's see where we are here. All right, so we got a little ways to go. We'll go ahead and show the plane. Contrary to many people's belief, it is in one piece. Just passing a lot of where the FBOs are here to get to FedEx. All the way at the end is UPS. Now, the one thing I haven't been able to track down, my dad used to work at a place called Sim Centers here. Basically, they were a training base for real-world A330 pilots. Actually, it does. You're right. I did not hear that either. Bad Aviator, Aviator. You're right. I did not hear them either. I heard them at the end, but good pickup there. Yeah. Problem is, I've been flying a lot of this with Mac Air, Millennium Aviation, and their ACARS has that in it. So sometimes hard to delineate. Probably one other reason, no V speeds showing. I know there's a bug they're having. Let's watch what's landing with American. See what airline they paint on it. Oh, actually American. Every now and then the live traffic will make it something else. But yeah, good pickup there. You're right. I don't remember hearing altitude callouts. I heard 2,500. Then I heard 50, 40, 30, 20, but that was about it. All right, we're in the FedEx area. Okay, we're going to call that good enough. And a reason being, I think I probably should have parked just to the right there. Not the next spot, but in that big open area, which is part of an FBO. But just something's telling me that would have been a better place. All right, so we are into blocks. Hang on a second. All right, so yes, it does have radar altimeter. Here, let me zoom in. And we're okay. Yeah, 0. So yeah, there's the radar altimeter. I had to think for a second. Where is it on this plane? Um, there's a lot of things that just didn't seem to work right on here. I may have to talk with them and see what I did wrong. Get them part of this. Hang on. Where's my video? There it is. Okay, I'm just going to start the clip here. Go back, which is part of an FBO, but just something's telling me that would have been a better place. All right, so we are into blocks. Hang on a sec. And just getting a quick clip so I have a place to start with. There we go. So that way I can get this over to Sparks. They can watch and see what it did, what I did, tell me what I did wrong, which I'm sure it's going to fall on me. It always does. I'm used to that, no big deal. I'm just waiting for it to publish and then we'll get back to shutdown. Okay, they're just published. All right, and close that. All right, but yeah, uh, it does. The aircraft, they've really done a great job. Um, all of these traffic blips are part of the live ATC. Um, yeah, I just really, the couple things that have been bothering me with Miami mainly is the not picking up the localizer. It is picking it up, but it's not picking it up, if that makes any sense. It shows it's in the NavRad, but it's not translating to putting us on the course, which is all I was hoping for, and then I'll set up to take over. But man, what can you say though? It's free, folks. It's how do you complain when something's free, other than the fact they're working on it? I mean, you can't. It's hard to complain. So speed brakes, okay, so landing lights, step trim to 6, MCP, EFS reset, transponder to standby, auto brakes off, APU's running. Okay, so we're at the parking spot. Trim. Already at 6. Oh boy. And I noticed that green line's way off too. That should be down a little bit, maybe. Who knows? But overall, it was a great, 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 great flight. Love flying in here all the time. Cancel. Dummy. Got to get the engine shut off first. All right, so let's go to the gens. Okay, so APU's running. We're on the gens. Taxi lights are off. The clock reset, not yet. I want to just simply turn them off. All right. All right, and okay, we're on APU. Fuel cutoff, passenger signs off, fuel pumps off, demand auto, anti-ice off. Okay, so what it's basically saying to do, come down here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are you barking at me so badly? Okay, and let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Fuel control pumps, pump. All right, and all right, folks, that is a wrap. The reason we're crooked is, like I said, I probably would have been better off in that pad. But, you know, what the heck. So, from Miami, folks, we want to thank you all for flying along with Mike. We've had a great time here, just doing some completing of flights. And put that one in the wrap. And while we're here, let's get Mac Air. Not Mac Air, my gosh. Uh, FedEx taken care of here with the PIREP. And see what they recorded. Yeah, I know I paused. Oh, it doesn't tell you right here. Well, that's kind of weird. Used to. All right, let's take a look then at the site itself. All right, so they called us in at, where's landing? There it is. 138 knots, 190 feet a minute, 2,300 feet roll out to 80. Not bad. What did we make for the airline? Used to tell us. Oh well. Freight was doesn't tell us anymore. Man, oh man, maybe that's one of the updates I need to take. All right, we'll get the update in here. But anyway, folks, we had 36,912 pounds of fuel remaining. When we look at the plane, only shows 16.3 kilograms. So that's about right, folks. So gotta love it. We had a great, okay, how did I open the door? Okay. Um, you have to assign that a key or a button on your control column, whatever you have. You already know that part. Hang on a second. Let me get something out of the way here. There we go. Okay, so what you'll do, and it took me quite a while, the only doors that work on this plane, and that is only because that's what X planes, they use the default 747. L1, and I think this is upper L, UL1. I don't know in real world what it's called. I've only seen them a couple times at our airport here at Mid-America. However, to get L1 to work, and it's like I said, the only door, you won't get this door to work, any of these doors on the passenger version. Come on, Slowpoke, come on. Any of these doors to work or the cargo ones. To do this, you go to your settings, obviously to keyboard. Now what I did was type doors. All right. Now I put it to my flight stick, so I'm going to go there, but this is where you find them, and then you'll assign your key here or on your joystick or flight yoke, whatever you use. Come here. I use this button right here. Click on it. Where are you? It's door number 2. So if you go to that keyboard, find door number 2, set it up, or on your column from this one, click whatever one you want to use and set it to door 2, open, close. I believe door 1, open and close, will do the upper one. I don't have that one toggled, but they are the only doors that work on the default. Now, reading the Discord channel for the Sparky folks, they are looking, I think, for a new fuselage. so they can get those doors. I don't know, but that's where I did it. So I went to my joystick, yoke, whatever, select the button I wanted on, or if you're going to do it by the keyboard, which key you want, select door number 2. Door number 2 is what handles that. So hope that answered your question there. Yep, I got to thank you. So I love it when that happens. All right, so hang on a second. Beacon needs to go off. We'll turn those off. And also, I'm going to throw a nice little, let y'all see here. I like using this one. Come back to menu. You'll see your ground handling. When you're on the ground, this is available. When you're in the air, it's not. At least they were smart in that one. Sometimes they aren't. You can request your chocks. So now the aircraft's chocked. Again, cheesiness, but hey, some people like that. And then back to it. We're going to request ground service. Well, we're not going to request. We're just going to click ground services. Now, if you click ground power, come back up here. Now you're available for your external powers, which means you can kick off your APU. And that one, of course. And of course, once it spools down, you can kill your I don't think you need both inboard pumps on, but they both turn off. So I don't know. In PMDG, we only turned the number 2 main back pump off, rear pump off, or on, sorry. But again, I don't know the way they've modeled it or if that's the way it works. Also, looking at this panel, this looks a lot like a Dash 8, not a Dash 400. So, and I think that's because they kind of merged the two into one, because it is technically a 400-8 from what I've been told. I don't understand the 747 world sometimes. But anyway, there's some little tricks out there. The other big one, and while I'm thinking about it, let me, you can see where you can add fuel. And if you go back one, packs and cargo, they recommend using this to load. That's fine and dandy. Just be ready. When you click this, you're going to get a passenger version. This is actually set up for freighter, and I'll show you how to do that here too. Since I know a lot of you that have joined in weren't here in the beginning, or if you want to not be bored, go to the beginning of this video, start watching it, and you'll see. But this is where you load cargo, passengers. Think of passengers as cargo. So whatever SimBrief or whatever flight planning tool you use tells you to load, first off, make sure you convert to kilograms. That's what they recommend. They don't think the conversions are working right in the FMS for the pounds. So you just set it, and as you can see what I did, that'll give you a payload here and then fill it out here. So then once you have that filled out, they recommend zero your fuel out. And that's actually a good, I like that tip. That's actually really good. Because then when you come to here, whatever your flight plan you've used, or whatever you use to set up your flight, take that flight number. Just remember, it's times 1,000. So if you're putting in, like we did, 44,100 and so many kilograms of fuel, weight-wise, it's 44. You won't be able to do the decimal, so 44 and let it go. And it does a pretty good job for you. And it loads pretty quick. So now I don't know when you get into like transatlantic or crossed Asia, Europe to Asia, from like say Amsterdam to Singapore or Hong Kong or Tokyo. But the short one, I had 44,000 in there in a heartbeat. Also, you'll get some catering trucks, fuel truck, and the power cart. The power cart won't show a cord hookup like the Zibo does. And since the side doors don't open, you can't do that for the catering trucks, but they'll still go up and down. And eventually a bag conveyor uh, uh, truck will show up to act like it's loading bags. So overall, it's a good, solid aircraft. Yes, it has problems. It's been a work in progress for over 2 years. Great job the M Sparks group has been doing on this aircraft. Uh, I will download and let me show you where the latest and greatest is at. So if you want to, and I'll explain that real quick and then we'll wrap this up. Spent enough of your Monday, 5 hours of it so far. So do this real quick. So hang on a second. What are we on? Oh, this is okay. Hang on a second. Let me get on the right site here. All right. So if you go to the GitHub site, and I'm going to put that in the text here. He says so cautiously. There he goes. If you go here, this is what you're going to get. When this page comes up, to get the latest, greatest with unknown bugs in it. So that's not saying all the bugs have been worked out of it. Okay. If you go to this site, click code, and then download zip. So let me do this, click code, download zip. You're going to get whatever's the most up to date here on this page. Let me see if there's any updates have been posted. I know they were talking about some. Yeah, they did. Fix 188. So there have been some fix. Anyway, these are the latest fixes they've put into stuff they've found on their punch lists, whatever you call it. And you can see how far. So if you come in here and nothing's from when you did your last pull of it, my last was 2 days ago, right about this time. So whatever said that day, that's what they had done. So if I go in there now, there's going to be an updated aircraft file, updated plugins file. I think that's going to probably be it. But anyway, that gives you an idea. So that's how you do. You go to code, click download zip. It's about 600 megabyte, I think it is, something like that. And then if you're familiar with X-Plane, all you have to do, zip it, unzip it to a temporary file. Don't take that file that unzipped to that temporary file. Open it, the next one, copy it, paste it into your X-Plane aircraft file. Do not overwrite your default 747. Just paste it into aircraft. So you would go to X-Plane, click aircraft, and paste it into there. And then you'll be able to, it comes with about a half a dozen liveries, Delta, Singapore Qantas, British, and KLM, I think. Might be a couple of others. But anyway, then you'll have what's their latest and greatest. So what you saw me have, there may be some slight tweaks, but that's what you'll see. Now, if you want to go a more safer route, but it's not going to necessarily, I don't know because I haven't downloaded it. The release you all read about last year in November of this aircraft, that's right here. Now, this too is buggy, but it's bugs they know about and they probably have fixed over here, but you never know. Case in point, last thing, I'll let you go. When you come into here and you're firing up the plane, you got your IRSs in a line, you come to the initial page and go to the position, where you start putting in things. The first bug I found in this plane, and they already knew about it. Well, they kind of did. Then they realized, oh my God, it is a bug. Where you see north and west. Okay, problem was it was saying east or west here, north or south here. The coordinate numbers were correct, or very close to being correct, but the identifiers were not. obviously, we're in the northern hemisphere, so it should be north, not east or west. Likewise, for the longitude, should be east or west, not north or south. So they have figured either X plane made a change, they made a change. That's looking right now. So they are making strides. Uh, Saturday's busted flights. All I got when I would go into this, the ACMS, this is kind of where you set your plane up at under maintenance. You'd go to sim config. All I had was this one, weight units. I didn't have any of the rest. I downloaded the latest one, and that was stuff I was seeing them working on. There's still a lot of things in progress, so be patient, enjoy. And with that coughing spat, oh, and I see I forgot to do something. Uh, anyway, here's that sim kit config. What I was pointing to was right here. That was all that was there last Saturday, and that was 2 days ago. Now all of this is here, and page 2. Right now, I have to tell them about this. It'll just pause. Wrong. It's got to be a top of descent, not now. Maybe. So that's still a work in progress form. And then page 3, maybe. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm paused. That's why. All right, let me get back there real quick. Oop. And here's where I'm on freighter. You can change it to the different engines. Mind you, these are not available yet, but the other engines are. So, and it should change when you're in flight. Freighter, passenger, freighter, passenger. So that kind of gives you, I don't think they've got an ER. Nope. And when you click save, it saves whatever you're at. So menu, just want to make sure I didn't screw up. Okay, maybe I did. Well, we'll restart and see what happens. But anyway, the other one that I wanted to show you that I obviously was in the wrong place. This is where the coordinates were backwards. This was north-south. This was east-west. The coordinate numbers were right in the right spots. So if I was at Miami, we'd be somewhere around this number-wise, but not by the letter-wise. Same with the longitude. They've gotten that fixed. Good job there at Sparks. So that's what I was trying to point out. So folks, take a shot at it. It's a good plane. I've enjoyed it. Oh, we had troubles with it Saturday performance-wise, aircraft performance-wise with the VNAV takeoffs. It could have been any number of things from underpowered. It was underpowered, under set up correctly in the when they put it out. And the fact that it was Bogota at 8,300 feet above sea level, that all played into that. And I couldn't get the plane to pretty much fly. Unless I was on my own full power, not under VNAV. So things we've learned. Let me make sure. I just saw that in there. I think that was a few minutes ago. There we go. Yeah. So hopefully that helps out. I'm going to be flying again tomorrow, but I'll be using the Zibo 737 coming out of Paro to Bangkok. Y'all are welcome to join along. Or grab the 747 and start delving into it, folks. This is PMDG quality they're making, and it very well is going to be more than what PMDG offers. At least the version I have in FSX. I never upgraded to version 3 or whatever PMDG went with prepared. So, y'all have a great night. We thank you all for joining. Thank you to Hunden 1381, WearTag, and Ala News for all following us today, and everyone here in the chat room. We thank you for joining us on this. It was actually quite fun. And if y'all liked what you saw, go ahead, follow. You can follow where we're going. You'll get an email alert letting you know, hey, Mike's flying to here. Like I said, tomorrow out of Bhutan. Y'all want a good approach. That's one to try. Use your Airbuses if you want, or I did it with the Zibo. It's doable. It's hard, but it's doable. So y'all have a great night. Great rest of your Monday for those of you that is just starting in, or Tuesday. And we'll see you all tomorrow. And as always, thank you for flying, Mike. And God bless.